Esto no sé si lo llegaste a ver. Pero mira qué pintas llevo. Qué bien, ya tengo todos. Y más que faltan. Básicamente llevo pintas extrañas, ¿vale? Pequeño resumen. Vamos a ver. Pequeño resumen de lo que pasó ayer. Llegamos a Lenegis, perdón. Lenegis o Lenegis, no sé cómo lo pronuncian. Y buscamos al soberano. El soberano no parece estar en ningún lado y se dice que está en Rena. Pero poco a poco vamos descubriendo información que nos indica que no existe ese soberano. ¿Vale? ¿Cuántas horas llevo? Llevo unas 40 horas. Llevo 50 horas y me deben de quedar 10. Bueno, en verdad de historia me deben de quedar 5 o así. Creo, ¿eh? También piensa, Jaco. Piensa que yo estoy en dificultad máxima. Y estoy dejando que todas las conversaciones se hablen, ¿vale? No me estoy saltando ninguna con el X, ¿vale? Además he entrenado bastantes horas, unas 8 o 9 horas son de entrenamiento. Me está molando muchísimo. El combate es lo mejor que tiene este juego. La historia está entretenida. Visualmente es la hostia, de los mejores juegos que he visto en PS5. Pero el combate es lo que le da el toque. Y mira que es difícil de ver el combate, pero cuando lo juegas tú y entiendes cómo es la polla. Vale, entonces, lo que te decía Jesús. Llegamos aquí y nos enteramos de que no hay soberano, ¿vale? Que solo han existido 2 soberanos en toda la historia. Que yo soy uno de ellos. Y que voy a decir cómo se llama porque no me acuerdo. Volgran, que es el otro, el malo del agua. ¿Te acuerdas? El que se parecía a Sephiroth que iba con una katana. Pues es otro soberano, ¿vale? Y bueno, pues nos encontramos con la dama de rojo, nos peleamos con ella, pasan ciertas cosas y al final nos damos cuenta de que tenemos que ir a Rena, al tercer planeta, el que nadie ha visitado y el que nadie ha vuelto de él, para intentar entender qué está pasando, ¿vale? Por el camino conseguimos las armaduras de soberano y de doncella para Shion y Alphen. Y ahora estamos volviendo a la nave para ir hacia Rena, ¿vale? Es un resumen muy rápido de lo que pasó ayer. Muy rápido, hay muchos detalles que es interesante que te veas. No hemos vencido a la mujer de rojo, ¿vale? La mujer de rojo contra la que nos hemos peleado resulta ser que es una especie de mezcla entre Zeule y humano. Y era un bicho bastante duro. No sé si me van a dejar volver a mi planeta, a Dana, a entrenar. Me gustaría, pero no sé si me van a dejar, ¿eh?
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again.
And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegus.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
The fuck?
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's
Autodestrucción.
controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
¿Eso es Rena?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegus is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegus are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Fuck. The fuck?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Mírala, qué cute va con su florecita azul.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
De verdad.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone.
Esto era algo como que
Before
impresionante,
long,
¿no?
it
Desde
was
que me
just
quedé.
part of
Sí,
my
sí.
everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live.
Totalmente. O
Which
sea,
isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
la idea
So
principal
numb
que
to
era
your
liberar
reality,
Dana.
you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Vaya gilipollas de conversación, por favor.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's that beam of light joining Dana and Rena? It was the Renin side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renin homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
No puedo hacer nada más que coger el ascensor.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
No tiene buena pinta, la verdad.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, We can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed.
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Vale.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Vale. Un poco complicado todo esto. Vamos más lejos que antes. No hay ningún cofre, tío. Mide la fluctuación de energía astral entre Dana y Rena. What?
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we
El
can.
sobrestante.
But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Hay loot.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrect 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Vale. Un poco ida de olla todo esto.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegus from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Vale, vamos a las últimas, a ver.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, We were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Chungo todo.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
¿En serio?
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrik 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrik 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Muy complicado todo esto, ¿eh?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
Deflating.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Las conversaciones al final son muy filosóficas.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Halim va a ser el último.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Venga, Jesús, descansa. Esta parte está siendo un poco intensa.
I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
Descansa, vale, para
Fight
pasar
to
buen
protect
martes.
the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
A ver, Halim, ¿qué te cuentas, tío?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Ah, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people. even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Entiendo, entiendo.
I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Venga, vamos a ello. No, todavía no.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
¿Dónde estaba el bicho? ¿En la superior? No. En la superior no. Vamos a ver qué nos cuenta el sobresante.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the great spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy. and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renus Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renus Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renus Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after
A mí
listening
también.
to all that complicated stuff.
A mí también lo.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Is the Renus Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Vale.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menencia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara.
Le ha tirado una ficha. La ha llamado Do. Y eso es una ficha.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. but I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Llegamos acerca. Oh, necesito todavía. Está claro que son 3 parejas el grupo. Lloyd Rimwell, Kisara y Halim.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You...
Rena?
What?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
No hay besito tampoco. Ya me faltan Xion y Alfon. ¿O no?
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma, but it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world, Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
Venga, venga, venga. Me quiero pelear.
It's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Iba a decir.
Yeah. Okay.
No se lo ha dicho. La ha dejado. Vámonos, por Dios, quiero pelearme. Quiero subir de nivel. Quiero hacerme más fuerte.
Everybody get enough rest?
Voy a hacer pis.
You ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
Vale.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Vámonos. Quiero ver Reina. Quiero ver cómo es esa mierda. ¿Podré ir a Dana?
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Vale, no, no puedo ir a Dana.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Dime por favor que hay un comerciante, sería la polla. Un viejo aquí que me venda armas. Restos destruidos, Rena. Bueno, señores, llegamos al final del juego, va. Está muy calladito esta parte porque había mazo de historia.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
A base de tortas.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, We were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Vamos allá. Ya hemos terminado con todas las charlas. Hora de avanzar. Y creo que se viene ya un pedazo de combate de primeras. Hay 3 portales. Vale, vamos a guardar y vamos a coger de izquierda, luego medio y luego derecha.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renins to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
What did...
Oh, now you want...
Ow, ow, ow!
Venga, 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 venga.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way.
Vale, la historia parece que es por aquí. Voy a volver un momentito. A ver si en los otros portales hay historia o es zonas diferentes. Este está apagado. Y este también. Vale. ¿Voy dejando huellas? Nivel superior P3. Bueno.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, they've got no choice.
Nivel 50.
I knew there was something
What?
off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Now I'm in the groove. Vacuum blade.
Glacier
Here I
Spear.
come.
Pierce anyone.
I'm on it. Vacuum blade.
Light laser.
Burn.
Thunderblade.
I'll pick you all off.
Pierce evil. Arc of fire. Complete focus. Freeze laser.
I could do without this
I'm
pain.
on it. All piercing.
Lightning orb. Raging
Number
tempest.
one. Mirage. Megasonic thrust.
Healing storm. I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
I'll burn it all. Flaming pillar. Fire.
Pues vamos a tener que entrenar un buen rato, ¿eh?
Lightning condemns. Lightning.
Do it.
One more shot.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Searing
Not a
Blast.
chance. Thrust.
Thunder field.
Blow away.
Raging Dynamite. Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Naturally. Do it.
Tampoco son tan duros.
Flashing fang. Not a chance. Thrust. Demons descend. Flashing fang. My turn. Prepare to be seen. I'll finish you here and now.
Raging storm.
Do it.
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life.
Alphen,
forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In Tragedy's Aftermath, hope is all we have.
Venga, hombre.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that.
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us.
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head... This won't be easy.
In a
Don't be
bind?
such a pessimist.
I'm not done! This storm! Dragon Swarm! Come one, come all! Explosive ring! Vacuum blade! Vacuum blade! Burn! Now I can let loose. I'm on it! Vacuum blade! We've turned the tables on us. Now I'm real mad! Right! No time to hold back!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Okay, here I go!
Thunder Beam! Pierce
Dragon
Needle!
Swarm!
Raging
Just
Catapult!
down!
Freeze Lancer! Spread! Like the wind!
Not done!
Air First Aid! Astral
Armor
Energy!
won't save
Do
me!
it! Eon! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Me da mucha experiencia esta gente.
Those astral arts of yours are pretty impressive.
Joder, más.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
Hace un pis.
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side of it.
Yeah. Where there's hope.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Gekam el garaje.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control.
A ver si no pierdo el combo. Nice.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Take that! Raging cascade!
Your wings won't save you from me.
Uf.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already on!
I'm sorry to be a bog. We've all got enough on our hands.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not done.
Why is he human?
To stop you dying?
Blow them away!
No more. We barely managed to turn that battle. It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down! Where are you going? If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Go away! You made quick work of them. Want me to pick up your slap then? Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Here, I hope that wasn't.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
¿Qué está pasando? No veo dónde están los bichos.
Enemies incoming!
Then we'll take them down. Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! See that? That training's paying off.
Burning!
Ignite!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Vacuum blade!
Coño.
Vacuum blade! Struck!
Glacial spear!
Dragon form!
Denied!
Dragon form!
I'm all stopped up!
Explosive ring!
Here, let me help!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Way to go!
Now I'm real mad! You're mine! Struck!
That'll bring you down. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Do it!
No sé a qué le estoy pegando.
Flashing fang!
No sé qué era, pero no lo veía.
Ignite! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
More incoming!
Dragon claw!
Vale, chicos, un minuto. Que voy a hacer una cachimba. Ahora vengo, ¿vale? Aprovecho ahora que empieza a ser zona chula de combates y demás. ¿Qué pasa, Eli? Venga, vamos. Ah, sí. Estaba poniendo comida a la perra también. A ver, ¿dónde dejo yo el tabaco de cachimba? Aquí. Un minuto de chat. Ya vengo. Venga, Eli, vamos a la cama. Oye, Snook, ¿estás por aquí todavía? Parece que este es el último. Listo.
That was a little close for comfort.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
These things really get on my nerves.
Why can't they just sit still?
Where are you going?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here, let me help.
I'll finish you.
Ahí va. ¿Solo tengo 3 pociones vitales? Ostras.
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
All good things come to an end.
Glacial Spear. Fierce evil. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Vacuum blade.
In here.
I'm on it.
Here's a healing art. Not much longer to go.
Ha volado.
One final push.
Let's do this together, Elvin. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Will this help?
My turn. Take this.
Do it. Get toasty.
Bird strike!
Venga.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Nivel 49.
Out of our way.
You picked the wrong fight. Vacuum blade.
Raging cascade. Ready to go. Mega ray. I'll be annihilation. Mega ray. Annihilation. Where are you going?
Coño.
Vacuum blades.
Prepare to be sealed.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
There.
My turn.
You require a hand.
Back to all mine. Dragon Swarm. I owe you one. Dragon Swarm. Burn in hell.
Fuck, me ha esquivado.
Dragon Swarm. Try this. Explosive ring.
Here's a healing art. Lightning ray.
You're mine.
Take this!
Now.
Kisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Strike.
I'll finish you here and now!
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Raging cascade.
Wind.
Freeze blade.
que dan mazo de experiencia estos, tú.
Arts of yours are pretty impressive.
Thanks. You're full of surprises yourself.
Creo que el camino es por ahí. Vamos a ir un pedazo de bicho ahí. Voy a intentar avanzar por aquí primero. ¿Qué coño? Buah, y no tengo pociones. Eso sí que es muy malo. ¿Puedo quedar este? Vale. ¿Qué coño? ¿Pero cómo me he metido ahí dentro, tío? Vale, un momentito, voy a por los carbones. Tengo un problema, ni si no tengo potis de resurrección. Eres idiota, Alfen. Eres idiota.
Couldn't make it in time.
Not done yet. Cosmic Rupture! Dragon Swarm!
Here goes! Tempest Wall!
Inspiration Wave!
From beyond,
I'm not done!
imbue this vanquished
Dragon
soul with
Swarm!
life. Resuscitation.
Puddle!
No further.
Light Astral
The
Infinity!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Now! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
No me gusta nada no llevar pociones. Es una auténtica putada. Qué hostión. A ver, vamos con este.
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
Explosive ring! You're mine! Crumble! I'm not done!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Throbs in pain.
Fine not too long ago.
Crumble!
Talon Storm! That frickin' does it! Vacuum Blade!
This one's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
First aid!
I'm sorry, Big Frog.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am!
Sleep now.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Here's a healing arc.
I'm not done! Now I'm in the groove!
That'll bring you down.
Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done!
First aid.
Go!
I'm all
Dragon Swarm!
I'll be
Try
yours
this.
and sweet. Lunar Blast. No more playing nice.
Here, let me help.
First aid. Raging Storm. All right. It's showtime.
Carve through armor! Damn it!
Buah.
Don't leave me.
Can't get out of...
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Heal my lyric. My reach even wider.
Not done yet!
Negative far enough. Their arts were interrupted. Look sharp.
Dragon Swarm!
Tiger Blade. Lion Howl.
Take this!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
It's on! Dash!
Do it.
Sora! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
That firepower of yours is really something.
I could say.
Estamos jodidos, ¿eh?
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given the situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while other... Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. There.
I'll take you all off! That buzzing is driving me mad! We got fires!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Dragon Swarm! All yours!
Tengo que empezar a esquivar porque necesito... O sea, tengo que dejar de usar ataques que me quiten vida. Porque como me den un golpe me matan.
Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Necesito una tienda de objetos.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
You picked the wrong fight.
Now you see what I can. Now I'm in the groove.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
No, you can't.
Now I'm in the groove.
Where are you going?
Hammer.
Well then, let's... Keep moving.
Bueno.
Get lost!
So much for sitting this fight out. That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear. Nope, that'd be silly.
Dragon Swarm!
I really owe you one. I'll crush you!
Tío, lo siempre me jode los ataques fuertes
Tenebrous Claw!
con esta mierda.
Glacial Spear.
Go! I feel like me again.
Dragon Swarm!
Eat it! I'll smash you! I'm trying to play! Prepare to be sealed!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm on it! Explosive ring! Rip and tear! Take this! I'll finish you here and now!
Dragon Swarm!
Rip and tear!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Here, let me help.
Vacuum Blade!
I'm on it!
I never miss!
Nice while it lasted.
Here, let me help.
No, I won't give in.
Try harder!
I'll heal you all!
There! Burn!
I'm on
Dragon
it.
Swarm! There!
Back into the
Eat this!
Dragon Swarm!
Ready and raring.
out of ammo!
Try
Armor
this!
won't save you.
Explosive ring!
I'll finish you here and now.
Vacuum Blade!
It's time.
You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Vacuum Blade!
Now I'm in the groove.
Incineration Wave! Dragon Swarm!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Cristal de duende.
I need something to eat.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Creo que no me dejo nada. ¿Qué nivel llevamos? Casi 50.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I'm surrounded.
Fuck. Esto es buenísimo, pero necesito encontrar una hoguera.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Take this! Now you see what I can do! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat this! Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing arm.
Vacuum Blade! Now I can let loose!
In here.
Take this! I'll finish you here and now! See what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that! Here,
Let's go.
Rip and tear! Take this! I'll finish you here and now! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon Blade! Take it! Rip and tear!
Sleep now.
Nothing more that's enough for now! Glimmer Vacuum Blade! Eagle Assault!
I never miss.
Dragon Swarm!
Too much to handle.
Can't get out of this!
No, he fallado. Fuck.
Healing circle. Healing flame of fury. Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Incineration Wave! Dragon Swarm! Eat this! Here I come! I'm not done!
Ready to go.
Rip it! Now I'm in the corner!
know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I really don't.
Dragon Swarm! Vacuum Blade! I'm not done! Now you see what I can do! Dragon Swarm!
Do it. Astral
No nos queda curación.
Say no more! Step back! This one's all law!
Abre, 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 abre. Prueba intensa, vaya basura. Han apagado los LEDs. Vale, no hay ninguna curación, así que vamos a usar uno de estos.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! I'm on it! Far enough! Dragon Spear!
Here's the evil.
Try this! That freaking does it! I'm on it! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a real fight.
Nope, that'd be silly. Try this!
No.
Crush you!
No.
Lightning reflexes!
Puto lo.
Tenebrous claw!
Me he quitado toda la vida para una mierda de ataque.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
No hay nada.
Looks like some solid equipment.
¿Cómo voy de vida?
An opponent like this should be easy. Try harder!
my shield score. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
This'll come in handy.
Dragon Form. Try this. Explosive ring.
Here's a healing orb. I can't tell you what I'm
Freaking dusting. Smash you. Not today.
Sleep now.
Dragon Form.
Let's tear him up!
Here,
Here I come. Try harder. Not
let
a
them
chance.
lock This one's mine. Sleep now. This'll come in handy.
You're mine. I'm not done.
Do it, Law. Demon's Descent.
Flashing fang!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Lo tío, hace mucho daño, pero me tocas mucho los huevos.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Wow. ¿Esto es secreto? Muy bien, Javi. Vamos a pegarle a este primero.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Here I go. Up and out. Let's go.
The earth throbs in pain. Leave the ensnaring to me.
Where are you
Yeah.
going? Magic is there. Mega Ray.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
My turn. Take this.
Let me help.
Burn.
First aid.
Dragon Form.
Here's the evil.
Explosive ring. Dragon Form.
Disasters may arise. Come together, mind if I do?
Coño.
Try harder. Not a chance. Start up.
Do it, Helene.
Light burst force!
Radiant Genesis.
My turn. You're
Will
mine.
this help?
Start up.
Rage. Here's a healing art.
You're on.
That'll bring you down.
Dragon Form.
More from the top. I'll heal you all.
Vacuum blade. The flame inside me yearns to be let
Healing
free.
circle.
Thanks.
The magic is there.
Vacuum blade. You
Just a bit too much healing.
Bueno.
Hey.
Bueno.
What do you say we fight?
Vale, solo uno.
Really bad feeling about this.
Now you see what I can do.
Leave the charges to me!
Back your blade. It can hide itself? Amazing. Here I come. I'm just getting started. Explosive ring. It does it. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! Take this! Dragon form!
I can't hold on much longer.
Not a chance!
I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Explosive ring! You're mine! Now you see what I can do! Dragon swarm!
Here, let me help. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar!
Will this help?
Hydration Orb!
Vacuum blade!
Healing Circle!
There you go!
You require a hand.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Burning Strike! Glacial Steel! Pierce Evil!
Ignite!
Glimmer Flare! Let me help!
Here and now! Can't get out of this!
There you go! Don't let up!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Standing form.
No jodas, me ha matado.
Finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. By the power of
I can carve through armor! You shouldn't have messed with me!
You require a hand.
damn it.
This'll come in handy.
All good things come to an end. Dragon swarm!
Celestial Runner!
Explosive ring!
Do it! Lock!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Joder, y nos queda otro.
There's always room for improvement. No backing down! I'm not done!
Beyond the darkest sky!
Bueno,
You're mine! Try harder! Not a chance!
Hold together. Just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy!
Get it together! We need you informed!
Dirt!
We're not here together! One more!
Try this!
Tempest Whirl!
I'm on it! Explosive ring!
Outstanding form.
Here I come!
Healing circle.
Vacuum blades!
Prepare to be seized, though. Actually, that sound is more
Bill's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Sí, claro.
Gotta break through. Ignite! Dragon Swarm!
Take this! Now eat this! I'm just getting started! Take this!
Thrust! Dragon Swarm! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up! Freaking does it!
Sleep now.
Take this!
Watch
Watch this! Can't get out of this!
Seal.
There!
Let's get you off.
Eagle Assault! I'll crush
Joder con lo, macho. Voy a meter un ostión.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it! Talon storm!
There!
Amazing.
Blow away!
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive! You're mine!
I never miss.
Dragon Dawn!
I'll heal you all. Far enough. Healing circle.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a
You picked the wrong fight!
Nope, that'd be
Dragon
silly.
Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring!
Eat this!
You're mine!
These fists have got your name on them! I'm nearly done for. Take this! In a vine?
Dragon Swarm!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing art.
There!
Do it, Mom.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Bueno.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Order won't save you!
You picked the wrong fight!
Leave the charge!
Try to cross blade!
Why'd you do it?
To stop you dying?
Here I come!
That'll bring you down!
Vacuum blade!
Just deflect!
Glacial
Dragon Swarm!
You require a hand.
Will this help?
Vacuum blade!
Take this!
Dragon Swarm!
Need this. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Estoy ya hasta los huevos de ver este ataque.
First strike!
Here's a healing
Vacuum blade!
Eat this!
Vacuum blade! Dragon Swarm!
Ojo, estoy muerto.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Crumble!
Need to pull myself together.
Here you go! You like me?
You picked the wrong fight!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Explosive ring!
What would I do without you?
These fists have got your name on them!
Light ash ray
Here I come! Vacuum blade!
Rapid tear!
Incineration blade!
Getting stuck!
I'll be safe.
In a vine?
like my boost art?
Yeah, it was off the charts.
That equipment should come in handy.
Se nota que es la zona final del juego porque llevo sin curarme con un punto de curación desde hace la vida.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
Me voy a pegar primero con el otro. Con el otro dúo. Porque tiene un rare. No quiero que desaparezca.
Bad feeling about this. Annihilation.
Do without this pain. To be let free.
Demons descend! Flashing bang! Easy!
Way to go!
Eat this! That freaking does it!
There!
Here's a healing art.
Dragon form!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! My turn! I'll crush you!
Jódelo.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Watch this! Prepare to be sealed! Glimmer dragon!
Beyond the darkest skies.
Incineration wave!
I'm letting you all down.
You can stay away from my friends! Dragon swarm!
Thunder field. I'll bring you down from the wind.
There!
Sealed.
You're mine!
Get on it now.
No escape!
Won't lose.
Dragon form!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
¿Ha muerto Shion?
Vacuum blade!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul. Far enough! Imbue this vanquished soul with light. No further. I'm gone.
You're mine!
Resonate with the earth. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa! Tempest!
Vacuum blade!
Elusive deity! Going in!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
Down on the ground! Glacial fire!
Vacuum blade!
¿Qué tal si revives a Shion?
Another incantation ruined. Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
I've taken too many hits! This one's mine! Explosive ray!
I never miss.
Elusive deity! Take this!
Will this help?
This one is mine!
Coño.
Negative gate!
Buah.
Down! You're off! Ready to now you've gone and ticked me off! Radiant zone! Regeneration! Going in! Regenerate!
Incineration wave! Burn in hell!
Tiger blade! Imbue this vanquished soul with light! Time to shine!
Any more of this and I'll burn out! Dragon form!
I'll smash you!
Crush!
Radiant
Regenerate!
I'm out of ammo.
Severing wind! Shut up!
Don't throw me!
I'm not always going to
¿Por qué no lo he usado?
be around to heal you, you know.
Not today! Elusive deity! Rotating pile drive! Dragon swarm! Tornado drive! Take this! I'm ready!
Buah, muy al límite esto.
Blow them away!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Eso ha ido muy justito.
No backing down!
Throbbed in pain.
First Southern wind! Mirage! Armor won't save you! Try harder! Now! Take this! Mirage! We've got flyers! All yours! No! I won't give in! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Kitara frozen.
Hammer! My turn!
Light astral lightning condemns. Arch requires complete focus.
Burn in hell!
Here I go. Radio cascade. In here.
Entonces matamos a los pequeñitos primero.
Get you all tucked away.
Did you hear it now? Dragon Swarm! Vacuum blade!
Healing get on in there with you.
Joder.
Can't end here!
Don't give up. Not on my watch. Eagle assault.
Talon Hurricane! No further! Should have messed with me!
Purify all.
Eat this! Try harder! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here.
Espera, 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 espera.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
I'll heal you
My
all.
turn!
Tempest.
Dragon Swarm! I owe you one.
Cyclone. Glacial spear.
You see what happened there as you crossed? Try this! Shouldn't have done that! That's explosive ring!
Go. Eat this. Astral energy.
¿Pero quieres apuntar a ese, por favor?
I'll
Pues nada.
crush you!
No me deja apuntar al puto mosquito.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging cascade.
Vacuum blade!
Here. Let me help.
Nothing gets by me.
Explosive ring!
Damn it.
Armor won't save you!
Stop.
You picked the wrong fight! Vacuum blade!
Here. Let me help.
I'll crush you!
Joderlo, tío.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! There! You'll pay for that! Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring! Vacuum blade! Is this it?
Get on in there with the not on my watch.
In a bind?
All disasters made one. Come forth, a helix of purity.
From
Maelstrom.
beyond,
Now
imbue
for
this
something
space
special. All disasters made one.
Demons descend! Flashing fang! So that didn't go as planned.
We must consider well if this is the right path.
Uf. Qué complicado es todo.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Alganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Oh, oh. No tengo viaje rápido. Hay una misión aquí, tío. Voy a seguir hasta que desbloquee un viaje rápido y luego salgo. Volram.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
Nivel 55.
What is
No tiene puntos débiles.
with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Dragon Swarm! Ready to go! I can carve through. I'm just getting started.
Vacuum blade!
Let them march.
Dragon
Where
Swarm!
are you going? Air thrust far enough.
This one's all mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Burn it!
Now it's in the groove.
Its head is sweet points?
We'll need to bring it down somehow. Hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Here's a healing art.
Vacuum blade!
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon Swarm!
Now you see what I can do.
Dragon Swarm!
Away!
Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain down and purify
Dragon
all.
Swarm!
Searing flame. Reload.
not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
No further.
I'll bring you back in just a bit.
I can carve through armor.
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art!
I'm just getting
still got some fight left in me.
Here comes something big.
Try to dodge!
Dragon form.
Mega Ray! Gemini Ultra!
You're mine.
Field! Annihilation! Get out of there with the others! Burning Strike!
Not my fight. You pay for that.
Fuck.
Healing Circle! Sorry.
From beyond,
Going in.
imbue this vanquished
Glacial
soul
Spear.
with resuscitation.
Pierce
Now
evil.
or never.
Thunder Blazer!
In a bind. Dragon form.
Let me help. That'll bring you down.
Vacuum blade. Seismic rupture. Dragon form.
Here's a healing art.
Here's a blade inside your earth. Let free. No escape. You picked the wrong fight.
You've almost got this.
Almost isn't quite there yet.
I like your attitude. I'm right with you, Captain.
Explosive ring. Penumbra. Vacuum blade. Thunder touch. Dragon form.
Far enough!
Lightning! Thunder!
Elusive deity.
My head.
Spinning the blade. Dragon form.
Pierce evil!
Glacial fire!
Free Blazer!
Shine. Radiant light. It's time. Take this.
Here, let me help.
Dragon.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Do better.
Take this.
Glacial fire!
Dragon
I don't even know the word
Heal my
defeat.
weary companion. This one's all mine.
It looks like we made a
Eat
mess.
this.
Annihilation!
Vacuum blade.
Burning!
Dragon
Glacial
form.
Spear! Pierce evil!
Try this.
Free Blazer!
Explosive ring. Heal. You're mine.
Make it rain!
Out of it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
La primera. No me lo creo ni yo.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohuling's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all,
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Un gel de piña. Not bad. Todo esto sin ningún puto punto de transporte, tío. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo dice? Mapa. Vas a aparecer al otro lado. Has puesto rumbo al centro. Debes llegar a la flor de rena. Un ascensor.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
No me lleva a la superficie. De puta madre. Vale. Ha llegado el momento de entrenar un ratito. Vamos a ir por orden. Un Cebek.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Un momentito. Pez gordo, plato sashimi. Plato sashimi, vale. No tengo eso, fuck.
Thanks for waiting, everyone.
You can never be too prepared.
No puedo hacer ningún arma de las nuevas, chaval. Qué chulada. Wow.
But did we have to spend so... much?
Vale, vámonos. He hecho un par de armas buenas, pero me falta mucho todavía.
see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little Yeah! Hey. Yeah! Just... I guess... Thanks.
Sentimientos encontrados.
Huh? Well... All right. All right. I guess. Got it.
Vale. O sea, este combate es solo con Lo. ¿Dónde está el bicho? Vale, lo supo. Solo con Lo. Ese bicho creo que va a ser indestructible. Además con Lo.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Ya verás el pedazo de
They
bicho.
really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
That's no ordinary stray there.
We...
Nivel 53. Rubén ahorita.
No choice.
Ah, vale, ¿es con todos? Vale. Joder, lo has mandado a Parla y Sara.
To stop you dying?
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
All disasters made one.
Aguanta morir, Sigan.
A new lease on the purity. Maelstrom save. Take care of Energetic.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that. Take this. Dragon Swarm. Try harder. My turn.
You're bruised all over. Did you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
Right, watch out. In here. Get on in there with the others. Water after
Now you see what I can do to be let free. Leave the charges to me. Ignite. Now I'm in the groove.
Here I go. I never miss. I still got
Try
the
harder.
left in me.
Now. Here I come.
I'll heal you
Back
all.
in blade. It's time. It's finished.
Let's do it.
Dragon Swarm.
Healing circle. Back into the fray.
Glitter Blade. If you hear it now. There. Take this.
Here's a healing art.
Not my fighting. Now you pay for that. In a bind.
In here.
Dragon Swarm.
There with the others.
Here, try this.
Cascade. First aid.
On the ring.
I won't give up.
Anything.
Take care of the soul. Annihilate.
Now you see what I can do.
Burning.
Dragon Swarm. Almost there. Close enough. Take it away, Law. I thought you'd never ask. Dragon Swarm. I'm just getting started. Let's tear him up. Vacuum Blade. Leave the charge. I'm on it. Is this it? There. Talon Hurricane.
I'll heal you all.
Shattering of
That moves.
pieces. Attack time. Here comes a big one.
I need supernova. Light acid to the wind. In here.
Take this. Blow away. Try harder. You're mine.
Photon flash. Here's a healing art. I can't hold on much longer. Glacial spear. Here's this one's mine.
Take this. Dragon Swarm.
Wind
Vacuum
acid.
Blade.
From depths abyss.
Dragon Swarm.
Lightning art. Searing shield. Reload.
They'll pay for
Here's a
that.
healing art.
Take this. Thanks. Back the flame inside me yearns to be let free. Talon
le pasa?
Say no more.
Joder.
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some...
Zephyr.
Law.
Huh? What's up?
Voy a hacer pis.
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Danins and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Muy bonito.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Hey.
Hey. I guess... No way. Damn. boxes. Thanks.
Anillo de Zephyr, un anillo muy valioso, símbolo de un vínculo familiar con lo simple que consigo. Brazales del amanecer. ¡Ojo! Límite de ataque normal. Defensa, defensa elemental, resistencia. Amor paternal. Aumento de defensa elemental y la resistencia. Esto lo siento mucho, pero va por acá. Solo lo puede llevar. ¿Solo puede llevar él? Sí. Pues vaya basura. Manda también unos guantes. Son peores, pero están muy chulos.
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out too.
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped. We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony.
But that was back then, right?
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for...
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom.
I hadn't thought of it like that. They're probably watching over us right now.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. Still, better than being left alone, I guess.
Voy a intentarlo. Voy a intentarlo, pero este bicho no sé si voy a poder con él.
Finally.
Mierda, ¿no hay hoguera?
Hey, Rinwell, tell me...
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Needless to say that... Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, what about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constant. It got bad enough that I ended up run. And now, I've got...
I know how that...
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop...
Yeah,
You don't say. So...
Not really. Not at all.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand.
He was...
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something...
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint...
Indeed. It was boorish of me to...
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more...
Well, excuse me if I'm...
Oh, come on!
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change?
An unexamined past can...
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain...
Kisara doesn't mince her...
I could say the same thing about...
Tell me about it.
I think I'll
Hoodle, I've got some dried fish.
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat...
Hey! Stop trying to coax it...
He appears to enjoy being the...
Funny how things change.
It's not just Hoodle who's become more...
They do say pets and their owners act alike.
Well then, I guess with...
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hoodle will come over and...
Oh, you will someday. You won't
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old...
Really? He seems tame enough around every...
That's dogs, not owl.
What's going on when Hoodle pecks...
I don't know. Like what? Unless.
Come again?
Ow! Ah, get off!
Vale, tengo que ir a una hoguera, tío. Aquí.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Why are you staring at me?
I love how much amazing food we get.
Me too, especially compared to what I.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You.
Come on, what's the.
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much.
That definitely explains a lot.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy.
Although,
Oh?
when I first learned that the food I ate originally came.
You just ate what.
That's a silver.
Your cooking has really improved.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients.
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself.
Come on.
Then how would you
Ahem.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late.
She's been snacking.
And yet, she still.
Yeah.
Wait a sec.
I'm what?
Nothing. Shion, about that fight.
Sorry about that.
I didn't come to criticize you.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain. And then I was.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this.
Then what do you mean?
It's different.
Look, if you mean because you can.
It's because I don't want to see you. You're right. When I didn't listen to anybody's warnings. This isn't about you and me being able to take. Is that a crazy?
No, it isn't. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy.
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier.
I will, at least.
Dime. Sí, ahora la saco. Sí.
I came out great. Everyone's gonna be. Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to.
To say the least. Hey,
What is it?
do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think?
Huh?
What did you think?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry.
Well, do you...
This is.
So you remember? That's right. We're going to... Although I remember it not being...
You still remember that?
I'm just teasing. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on.
No, I'd say even that's changed too.
True. We both come...
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I.
Yeah.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished,
Yep. I doubt that much will...
I hope our dinners will always.
Maybe not exactly like this.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plate.
And when it's time to fix dinner.
Standing side...
Whoops. Looks like we made too much.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else...
Side by side.
I'm looking forward to breakfast.
Qué bonito. Bueno, vamos a intentar el combate que nos va a destrozar. Carga explosiva. ¿Qué coño es eso?
We've got lots to do.
Vamos a palmar, señor. Uy, va. Ah, no me quiero pegar con vosotros. No es que me deis ningún problema, pero voy directo a lo que me interesa.
Just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash. Aim for the weak spot. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good. I'll leave it to you.
Amazing.
Now you see what I can do. It's too much. Say no more. What did I tell you? Don't get in our way. Explosive ring. Vacuum blade. Dragon claw. What the?
Watch out! It's changing its attack!
Oh, now I'm real mad. Stay away from my friend. Thanks, Shield.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Dragon form. Try this. Explosive ring. Okay, here I go. This one's not my fight.
Coño.
Can't move. No,
Espera, Javi, por favor.
can't end here.
¿Alguien ha revivido? ¿Aló? Sí.
I've let you all down. You'll pay for that. Explosive ring. Vacuum blade. Dragon form. Changing tactics.
There's no telling what it'll do. Stay focused. The enemy is going all out.
Now I can let loose.
Far enough. This can't be
Okay.
happening.
There. What?
A new lease on life.
I'm all stuffed up. There. Is this it?
Oh, Javi, eres tonto.
Take this.
No.
Don't give up. Not your shield. Healing circle.
Right. Dragon form. Wicked does it. This thing is medically approved. Here I come. For you, Dad.
Joder.
I'm on. Here I come. Anything in armor. Not my fight. Okay. Here I go. Can't move.
Tío, esos ataques son una puta mierda.
You're mine. I'm not.
Nothing gets by me.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Not my finest.
No more playing nice. Ready to go. Steel force.
Dragon form.
Debería cambiarlo. Joder. Javi, por favor, empieza a esquivar, anda. Soy idiota. ¿Ha vuelto a ser normal? Vale. ¿Me ha matado? Coño. No jodas. No me atrevo a acercarme ahora mismo. Me muero. Fuck. ¿En serio? No te creo. Vale. Qué complicado, macho.
What was with that creature? It was some sort of a Zoogle that could control light. Rinwell, do you think that could have been...
The true form of the Phantom Flower? No, it couldn't be.
What makes you so sure?
Because...
What the...
Whoa!
What the hell is that? Is the enemy back for more?
Whatever it is, it's freaking huge!
You guys, calm down. It's okay. It's probably... No, it's definitely the Phantom Flower of Navira. I read about it in that book we found earlier. It was described. It's not dangerous at all. In fact,
So that's how it got its name then.
positive. I think it's just a rare and unusual.
Cyslodia obviously used to be covered in darkness around the clock.
You could be right.
Sure. But it's so big we could have seen it from town.
Well, sure, but still.
Hey, who cares where besides? That Zoogle was what kept us from seeing it.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's such a gorgeous night sky here. You should
Right.
It took a lot to get here, but I can't help but feel like a dream.
I didn't do all that much.
Well, I still really.
Hey, you know
Oh, it looks like you can see it even better from over.
Huh?
Manual del glotón.
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
Madre mía, qué complicados están siendo estos combates, macho.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Vale, ¿qué más tenemos? No me da tiempo a hacer mucho más, ¿eh? Tengo que ir a la arena.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia.
Definitely.
You do me an honor.
I didn't mean it that way. Native or not, that doesn't
Hola,
change
Arena.
the feelings
Tal.
you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try
Que
to
tengo que
take
ir a
a
la
look at
arena.
people's compliments.
En este juego hay una arena en la que hay diferentes pruebas.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what.
Yeah, so we.
Let's change the subject, shall we?
Está tan tranquilo en el casino del Final... ¿Estás jugando al Final Fantasy XIV?
Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time.
It's almost as if we were brought together by.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know.
Honestly? I always sort of pegged you as.
What the hell makes me adult, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was.
Let's refrain from poking this particular.
Not to dolts anyway.
Viendo los putos jobs que estás subiendo ahora. Yo es que me rendí, tío. Llegué a nivel 50 y me metieron todas esas misiones que son de relleno entre expansión y expansión. Y me dio un jamacuco.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic quality.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia.
The Lord of Cyslodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried.
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly.
I'd like to see someone try.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having
a little heads up on some of his.
Minería, carpintería, o sea, son los jobs. No son las clases, son los jobs. No sé, a mí el juego me gustaba mucho, pero hasta que llegué a esas misiones. No, esta no me da nada. Vale. Me queda una misión secundaria. En Pelegina aquí hay una misión. Me queda un bicho, pero es muy jodido.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
De la rusheaste, yo es que no pude. Hice como 50 y me cansé y dije hasta aquí llego.
Right.
Tu futuro.
Sax Leo.
Hey, Law.
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away.
Yeah, a word of advice. You might want to refrain.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's...
I meant in general, but...
Huh? Oh, you...
Either that, or maybe some part of you is May the trials and tribulations of young romance...
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against.
Hey, I miss any?
Thunder Blade! Ah! What the hell was that?
A little birdie told me you were.
Ya has entretenido los putos jobs de mierda que para no quedarme sin pasta estoy farmeando en full los materiales. A mí me mató, o sea, te lo juro que me mató. Estaba súper contento jugando y tal. Y llegué a esas misiones y fueron tan pesadas.
That's a little out of the blue.
Sorry, it's just. I don't know.
I suppose you're right. Well, but then, if we hadn't met like we did...
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but...
Because of Nagal.
Alphen's still alive. And after all, who can say what the future...
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you.
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met...
But that was a long time ago. There were...
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. And you're right. There are ways...
I'll say, cooking immediate... And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your...
You might just have...
Uh-oh. If it's Alvin's
Well, friendship is about being...
Pero tantas son, eran como 80, tío. Eran muy pesadas. Muy pesadas.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. That might be the case now, but it can't always have been.
Once, maybe. Question.
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new.
You're right. It's time the people here...
These things take time. What the?
Sorry. Sorry.
A bug?
Something tells me she would have...
This realm is teeming with humid forests. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts...
Sounds like they're...
What about you, Alfred?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan.
My insects as a culinary option, you say?
Dohalim.
Hey, a lizard! I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time?
Lo que pasa es que hay un pase de batalla que te salta todo eso. O sea, hay un pase que pagas 5 pavos y te saltas todo eso, pero me tocó la moral. En plan, ¿de verdad han puesto estas misiones para que tengas que pagar por ellas?
Oh, you bet. Plus my shoulders.
Kisara looks like she...
Armor takes a strong body.
Spoken like a true guards...
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be.
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a...
That sucks, man.
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as...
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a...
Are you doing this on...
Vale, tengo una misión. Pero no sé dónde es. En Pelikion, templo. ¿La verdad esa no era que te sube directamente al 60? No, creo... Bueno, puede ser. Lo estuve leyendo y te saltaba como todas esas misiones. No sé muy... No lo compré ni me digné a comprarlo, pero... A ver, tengo que ir al 1, al 2, al 3, al 4... ¿Dónde es esto, tío? Vale. Venga, que hago esto y me voy.
I don't sense any more enemies.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Just great.
Cheers. Cheers.
What?
Nice try, you two.
Never.
Wait.
I couldn't.
Oh no.
I'm alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out?
Alvin?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. There's also this one from me. So please, we'll fight this together.
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. That said, even if your bouquet is just...
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with.
You never cease to amaze.
Coño. What? ¿Son skins? What? ¿Es mejor? What? Vale.
Better now, Shion?
I'm sorry I lost my... cool.
Coño. Venga, bajamos esta misión y nos vamos a dormir. Que es tardísimo.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Hey.
Really now?
Buah.
What?
I see.
Bueno, venga.
Very nice.
Un cebule jodido. Buah, esto va a ser complicadísimo. Cierra también, Arena. Un placer tenerte por aquí. Ánimo, con el farmeo. Descansa, ¿vale? Tucu, 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 tucu.
Halim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Vale. Señores, que paséis una buena noche. Yo voy a guardar. Y nos vemos mañana. Mañana creo que acabaremos el juego. Yo intentaré farmear un poco de experiencia además por mi cuenta, ¿vale? Así que a dormir muy bien. Que paséis una buena noche. Gracias, Arena, por estar aquí hasta tan tarde. Y nos vamos a despedir con algo, con algún tema raco. Bueno, no, qué coño, me despido ya tal cual, que es tarde. Chao, 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 chao. TQ a todos. Bye, 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 bye.